It's not my fucking model. Hello, everyone. Just a little guy, apparently. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Alright, I fixed it. We're fixed. I'm back to normal. I'm back to not squishy fella. What's going on, everyone? How you guys doing? Congrats, Balian, on the wormies. You beat Shade to it today. As you can see, I have cleaned some of this. I have been playing this in my day off. I was also playing it yesterday when my internet went down because it was like the only game I could play that didn't require an internet connection while I had no internet. Apparently, just about every other fucking game I play these days requires a solid internet connection, which is ridiculous. Including games that are basically exclusively single player. Yeah, they all require a fucking internet connection. It's great. I love it. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. You spent 130 Australian on a Christmas for the girlfriend. Are we allowed to know what you got? Are we allowed to keep the secret? I nearly opened Jurassic Park Evolution 3, or Jurassic World Evolution 3. I was reading about dinosaurs today. Before I started stream, and I nearly opened Jurassic World by, maybe mistake? I don't know. Two model kits, a new pair of nippers, and some sanding sponges. What's a nipper? Term I am unfamiliar with, unless we're talking about fish. And I don't think you bought your girlfriend to fish. The tool that clip parts free from the plastic frames? Oh, I just thought you used side cutters for those. She knows about the first model kit, but the rest of the gift she has no idea about? Ah, super secret. I'm horrible for Christmas this year. I don't know what to get anybody for Christmas this year. Christmas is the one time a year I'm usually really well put together and really, really organized. And this year I'm just like, I don't know what to get anyone. I used to be really prideful about how organized I was come Christmas time, but yeah, this year I am just, I'm in a state. She forgot to use her email to order it. Oh no. Rip surprise. These jobs in this game are really big, I feel, by comparison of the first game. I feel like the jobs started off really small in this game, and then they just started growing and growing and growing into jobs that sort of require like a whole team to do. Otherwise they take forever. Which is fine, I mean, that's cool, it gives you plenty of gameplay, but it's just like... I've been working on this one for a few days now, like on and off. Like I haven't actually dedicated some time to doing it, and I'm just like, this is a big job. It's all good. Now you've got to act super surprised, Bailey, and you've got to be like, oh my god, thank you. You gotta pretend. One of these isn't clean, I saw it. You've also now got close to 200 hours on Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't know how much time I've got on Monster Hunter Wilds. Surely it can't be that much. I don't feel like I've played Monster Hunter Wilds for 200 hours. I should check. I'd say it'd be in the 100s, but it surely can't be that much. Have a look. Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh shit, I do too. Holy hell. Right, well, we take back all comments. I've played that game a lot more than I thought I had. I only have 300 hours in that game. That's wild. I really didn't think that I'd spent that much time playing it. I want to play Mecha Break again, man, but I know if I play Mecha Break, I'm gonna hate myself. I know I'm just gonna get angry. I was looking at it the other day because it has another massive patch sitting there, and I'm just like, man, I really want to play that game. But I know full well that I'm just going to get so angry at it. Like, I'll probably have a couple of fun matches, and then I'll just have a whole bunch of shit matches, and I'll just be angry. I will have fun until a falcon shows up and just breaks everything, and then I'll just be like, well, now I remember why I don't play anymore. Because one of the new strikers that they introduced was like really looking promising to me on paper anyway. I liked the look of it, I liked the idea of it, and then I remembered that adding a new fucking striker isn't gonna fix all of the other problems, so... It's wild, man. They had a game that was not gonna fail, and they failed it. I can't get over that. They had a game that was so immensely popular and so hyped, and they just dropped the ball on it. And I can't get over that. And what's worse is that they just powered down on it. Like, they didn't sort of look at it. And a lot of game devs do this too. They don't try and go back to what worked originally that generated all the attraction, or, you know, try to fix the problems that exist. They're just like, well, this is how it is now. Let's just double down on this. It's just like, dude, this isn't, surely to God, 2,000 people isn't manageable for a game's survival. Like, surely. Then again, that game is very heavily monetized, so... Maybe they do make enough. I suppose we also don't get to see how many people play on the Chinese servers. The game is hugely popular in China, apparently, so... Imagine throwing away a global IP for one market, though. Surely to God, throwing away everybody globally was not as beneficial for them as doubling down on the Chinese market, but maybe I'm wrong. I'd need to know what the numbers are on the Chinese server to be able to make that claim. The other thing I noticed, or I have noticed recently, you know, complaining about the price of video games and everything, is that stuff in China, like games in China, sell for about half the price as they do over here. So people in China are probably a lot happier to pay. What were the season passes in Mecha Break? Worth about $50 for me, I think. So I mean, like, that'd be, in China then, that'd be about 20, 25, maybe $30. And I would spend $30 on a season pass, given that their seasons went for 2 or 3 months. I think they did quarterly. I think they did literal seasons, so quarterly. So, yeah, I would pay $30 for that. 50's asking a bit much. 50's the price of a great new fucking game. Yeah, that's the one thing I have noticed is that games and stuff sell for significantly cheaper in China. Like, significantly cheaper. Like, just as an example, let me just yoink something up real quick. Where is it? Look at the price of Arc Raiders. I was just looking at the price of Battlefield. So Battlefield 6 for me. Battlefield 6 for me costs $109.95. So let's say $110, right? In China, it would cost me $57. So nearly half price. Nearly. Arc Raiders? Arc Raiders isn't that much cheaper. Arc Raiders is $60, $61, let's say, for argument's sake, and it would cost me $43. So it's a bit cheaper. Not as much as, say, Battlefield. But Sonic Racing was the same. It was about half price. So yeah, whatever it costs us, it's about half price in China. So, you know, those seasonal events that they do for Mecha Break, for example, we can safely assume that they are about half what we pay. So, I mean, I personally would be a lot more invested in paying half, 25 bucks for a season pass. Anywhere between 25 to 30 bucks for a season pass. I don't think that's okay, but, it's not 50 bucks, is it? Depends on what it adds, I guess, as to how much I would be willing to pay. I tend to be a bit weird with season passes if they get over 20, 25 bucks. Like, I can tell you for a fact that I don't really feel the Battlefield 6 season passes are worth the money. I just don't feel they add enough for the amount of money they ask you for. Couple of weapons, maybe a map if you're lucky. One map, just one. If you're lucky, we're not getting any new maps for the next part of the season pass. And we're getting one weapon for the next part of the season pass. Woo! Battlefield 6 is just becoming really disappointing. I don't know, that's another game that really dropped the ball, and this is coming from somebody who thinks Battlefield 6 is a solid game. But there's a point as to where you drop the ball so hard that everybody, even the people who like the game, are gonna go, good sirs, you appear to have dropped your ball. They certainly didn't drop it as hard as Mecha Break did, but I think the problem with Mecha Break, honestly, and this is just my hypothesis, there's no actual evidence grounding this hypothesis. Only because I can't get the evidence. I'm sure if I had the evidence, it would probably cement it, but again, hypothesis. I think the issue is that they went so heavy in the China market that they just kind of forgot the rest of the world existed. Either that or they sign an agreement to they sign a dodgy agreement which kind of forced them to go heavy in the China market for, the ability to sell the game on the Chinese market. And they kind of locked into that, and there was just nothing they could do, so the whole thing fell apart globally. Ow. Little guy, why? That would be my guess. What's going on, little guy? How are ya? Oh! Oh, I got it. It's all good. Because you also don't really know, like, what agreements they had to make to get on the Chinese market. Well, fine, just being hive scum? Gasp. How is it? Are you enjoying it? Cool. It's been a long time since I played Darktide. I used to stream it, but it was being so janky with the streaming software, I couldn't keep streaming it. Because anytime I tried to stream it, it just really messed up my streaming software. It was really upsetting, because I didn't mind streaming that game. I wasn't very good at it, but I enjoyed streaming it. I should maybe try it again. I think I was on the 6900 when I was streaming it last time, so maybe the new video card will be a little bit better, but I'd have to get used to it again. I'm sure the game's changed a lot since I played it last. Depends, do they have skill trees when you last played it? I did not have skill trees when I last played it. They added skill trees like not long after I stopped playing. Because I know I actually logged in to do the skill tree or to have a look at the skill trees, but I never actually played the game. I just kind of logged in to have a look. Space Marine 2 did also come out, and that, I'll be dead honest, I was very much more interested in Space Marine 2 than that. Which I will probably be playing more of again when the Tech Marine comes out, but I think everybody is going to be trying to play a Tech Marine, so I think that's going to be a bit of a shit show. By a bit of a shit show, I mean a lot of a shit show. Waiting so long after a game's release to add a new class when you can't double up on classes. See, I think in Darktide you can double up on classes, can't you? You can, I think it's just, you can bring as many of anything as you want, can't you? Yeah. See, that's kind of the issue with Space Marine, is that you can't double up on a class, and so you've got this group of people who are all going to be wanting to play Tech Marines, probably. And nobody's going to be able to, only one person's going to be able to play the Tech Marine, and it's just going to be a fucking mess. I think Space Marine 2 needs, they won't ever change. I know they won't ever change, but I do think they need to change the way they do things. I really feel like they need to increase the player number to 4, regardless of what they think they need to do for balance. Like, they've got that many difficulty settings, honestly. I feel like just let people run in a team of 4 and just be done with it. Like, don't change anything. Just leave it as letting people run as a team of 4. And if it's too fucking easy, it's too fucking easy. Like, just, I don't know, increase the Tyranid health or armor or something. I don't know, just change values. Or just leave it as is. I mean, people play Space Marine 2 not for a challenge, they play it for the fucking power trip. I mean, yeah, people play it for a bit of a challenge as well, but that's not the primary reason people do it. People want to play Space Marine because they want to feel like a fucking Space Marine, you know? I remember I used to play just out of boredom because, you know, I technically, I mean, yes, I could level other classes if I wanted to, but I didn't really want to, so I'd play like the lower difficulty settings just so I could just carve through. And it was just dumb fun. I just enjoyed it, you know, because you had that power trip of feeling like an actual proper Astartes, you know. Yeah, no, they really need to swap it up to 4. And they need to let people at the very least, run 2 of the same class. Like, even if they are absolutely against letting, like, a whole squad run, like, 4 assaults, for example, which is a little silly, but... Personally, I think they should just let people run what they want, but at the very least, let people run 2 of the same class, you know? Because, I mean, there is such a thing in Battlefield. I was going to say Battletech, and then my brain went to Battlefield. There is such a thing in Warhammer that, because I've been playing a lot of MechWarrior lately. There is such a thing as, you know, an assault squad. So, yeah, I don't know, guys. I think they're just hurting themselves by not doing it at this point in time. Like, come on, it's been... however long it's been, just do it. Just let people have the fantasy, you know? And it kind of also sucks, because I have, in, like, my personal friends, like, there's a group of 4 of us that would play the game, but we can't play with 4 people. And nearly every other fucking co-op game is, like, 4 people, so... It's ridiculous. And I'm just, like... It's not even a balance thing at that point in time. It's literally well, you've got to make choices about which friends you want to bring with you at that point in time, and it's... Yeah, like, the more friends you can bring, the better it is. Or worst case scenario, they should change it up so that you can bring... Even, like, what is it? What is a squad in Warhammer? 5? I think a squad is 5 units. Like, just have like a 5. Don't change the game at all. Leave the game as balanced for 3 people. But let people bring like a group of up to 5 in, and then just the AIs don't start spawn. Like, you don't typically have AI until it hits that 3-player mark, like sub 3-player mark. You know. Like, I'm sorry, if you're gonna make a game like that, co-op, you need to consider people bringing friends. Like, the whole friendship thing kind of trumps out what you consider to be balanced at that point in time. I'm sorry. Balance your game around a minimum of 3 people, and then just let people bring 4 or 5 people. I think a Primaris squad is 5. Like 4 Marines and a captain, I think is what a Primaris squad is. You know, don't change the single player, just leave the single player alone, just change the co-op, like the multiplayer. That's it. Like, you've made your single player, just leave the single player alone. You're obviously working on some new DLC single player expansion, so again, just leave that as is. No doubt you're making that for 3 people. Just leave it as is. You know, don't fuck things for the sake of fucking things. Just fix what you can, you know? That's what I think is really important about games like Space Marine 2. I think that a lot of game developers sort of go into a thing and they hear all these complaints like, oh my god, you need this. So they're like, oh my god, we need to fix our whole game, you know? So we need to fix the single player experience. We need to fix the multiplayer experience. You know, they go in and they think that they need to change everything. You guys, you don't need to change everything. You've made your single player, just straight up say to people, look, we've made our single player, we can't really change it. Everybody's just gonna go, okay, cool, no worries. Like, nobody's gonna care if you change the multiplayer but not the single player. If you just straight up tell people, look, we made our single player, this is how it is, it'd be too hard to fix it, everybody's just gonna go, okay, sure. But you changed the multiplayer? We changed the multiplayer. Sweet. Nobody's gonna give a shit. But I think game devs these days feel like they kind of need to do the whole thing, not just a part of it. Australia? I am from Australia. What's going on anyway, Crimsy? That PNG looks great. I love this PNG. I'm only using it because I can't figure out a way to mount my camera for the face tracking after I get my new monitor set up. So yeah, I'm using this at the moment until I can figure that out. I kind of have an idea, but I don't know if it's going to work, and I may need to get new cables. I'll figure it out one day. It won't happen before Christmas. I'm just too lazy. My phone is also never fully charged. I don't have an iPhone, so, you know, because nothing is compatible with Android. Hee. Everybody just keeps telling me to get like a cheap little iPhone 14 or something. I'm like, yeah, maybe. If I ever start making serious money, maybe I will. But I don't make serious money. I make fucking pennies, so... yeah, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, I think I figured out a way, though. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need a longer USB-C cable. Because mine was already living on a fucking hope and a dream before the monitors were changed, so... they are definitely going to be living on a hope and a prayer now if I try and do what I want to try and do. Which isn't hard, like, it's a fucking 20-minute run to the shops that sell them. Like, it wouldn't be a big thing, it's just I'm too fucking lazy to go out there because it's a pain. Where the store is that sells all this crap is just a pain to get to, so it's just a laziness thing, really, more than anything. I think if I didn't have I think if this PNG model didn't come out so good, I probably would be a lot more for it, but I adore this fucking PNG so much, and I'm just like, I really don't care. So yeah, how have you been anyway, bud? I haven't been able to catch any of your streams recently. Recently set up a whole thing with the OBS plugins to make PNG more expressive. So, I thought about doing stuff like that, but the kind of problem with that for me is that this PNG was never designed to be like used for what I'm using it for. This PNG was actually done for a completely different reason, which I do use it for, but I just kind of adopted it because it came out so well. Yeah, exactly. And everybody else has just been like, I love the PNG, I love the PNG, so I'm just like, well, you know, I just haven't got rid of it yet. Or I haven't swapped it. I do change it from time to time when I'm streaming different things. Like, I have a couple of different PNGs that I use for different games. Like, if I'm playing a Sonic game, Kanori did me a Sonic PNG, Sonic-style PNG that I use, so... But yeah. I just don't want to get too attached to just using it on the regular. I guess that's the only thing. As much as I do love it, I don't want to get attached to using it on the regular. Because it is not for this. I need to keep telling myself that. It is not for this. It's for something else. Although I will still use it for games that I know are going to tax my system, so... Games that I do play that I know are going to ruin my system. Star Citizen. If I ever play Star Citizen on stream again, I will have to use this PNG. Any Unreal 5 engine game that I play, I'll probably have to use it. But no, I have done what you say you've done. I haven't seen your PNG recently because, or your model recently, because I haven't been able to catch any of your streams recently. I've been asleep every time you've streamed. I've been sleeping so much. You stream before I wake up. Yeah, I have looked into making it more... Not this one, actually, now that I think about it. It was the Chibi that I used to use before I had this done. I was looking at a way to make it more expressive, but I never did it. Yeah, I haven't been able to play a single Unreal 5 engine game successfully with a model, unfortunately. There's a couple which kind of go okay for a little while, and then they kind of all fall apart. It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. whinge. I can complain about it. Although this is Unreal 5, I think. I think this would work with model fine, but this is a very lightweight game, to be fair. But I mean, even then, there's some games that I know just tax my system to the absolute limit anyway, so games like Star Citizen, for example, I will probably never get to play with a model. I think I have played Star Citizen with a model, it's just probably just better off all around if I don't. Where is that rock dirty? I have no idea where that rock is dirty. Alright, hopefully just the tree to go. Can I shimmy up on that tree somehow, or am I gonna have to... Pixel! Water? Water. Ah! Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the head pats too. That's something I might have to try and fix while I'm using this. I might have to see if I can fix the head pat. To work with a PNG. Can I use a ladder? Hell yeah. That reminds me of something I shall do. Must do, I shall lurk in the meantime. No worries. Hope you get it done. I don't know if I'll ever do the best redeem, because that's probably a little bit. That was something I did on a whim for Yampy, so I don't know if I'll actually go out of my way to fix that, but the pad is a little different. The pat is a little different. Actually, you want to know something I thought was very funny? Like, very, very funny? I've been playing the new Wolves of Tukiyad DLC. Tukiyad? I don't actually know how you're supposed to pronounce that word. Wolves of Tukiyad for Battlefield, fucking hell. For MechWarrior clans, and I have 3 different franchises in my head at the moment. This is killing me. And looking at Unreal, like looking at that game with the Unreal 5 engine and comparing it to like Battlefield 6, just as an example, which uses Frostbite. Battlefield 6 looks so much better than Unreal 5. Like, I'm sorry, man. It's just how it be. Ew. Is this supposed to be like a nightclub? I can only assume that all the stuff is fucking puke. Gross. Out of 10 would not recommend. But I mean, there was features in MechWarrior Online that MechWarrior 5 doesn't have, being built on the Unreal 5 engine. Well, MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries is built on Unreal 4, but MechWarrior Clans, 5 Clans is built on Unreal 5. Like, I don't know why they couldn't just fucking stick with it. The Crytek engine. I mean, I do. It was about money. It was a money decision. It was a shitty money decision. I know exactly why they didn't keep it. And yeah. It was a shit decision, and they should have never made it. That's all. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Pretty sure MechWarrior 5 Clans does finally look a little bit better than MechWarrior Online, but I think that's only because they've never used a newer version of the Crytek engine than when they first released the fucking game. But I suppose it doesn't matter now. What's done is done. It's not like we can have a Crytek version of Unreal 5, MechWarrior 5. So Doesn't really matter anyway, I guess. At the end of the day, they've only got one more DLC left for that game, and then that's it. I would say they will leave it to die. Although I do admit they did get a lot of life, a lot of leg room out of MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. I think adding the clans to that game absolutely fucking gave it a lot more life. It's being kept alive by the modding community. I don't want to sugarcoat that fucking facet at all, but... nevertheless. I did notice that they've tried to add modding tools for MechWarrior 5 clans, though. That was an interesting design choice. Given how shallow that game is and how limited it is, I don't really think mods are going to save it. You can't build a purely story-based game and then go, yes, here's mods. Do something with this game. Save it. Like, nah, man. There's no saving it. Sorry. I can't even remember what Piranha's fucking CEO is called now. That man took the cash and ran. He's still there, I think, but... he definitely took Epic's money and fucking legged it.
Melly_Mel0 die just raided with 1 view.
Hi Melly, what's going on? What were you up to? Thank you for the raid. You was also playing PowerWash, hell yeah. Do I have a mod? I think my mod stepped away. Hang on. Let me give you the shout out. Let me give you the out shout. You just a bit ahead of me? I'm cleaning the puke-covered bar. Teehee. Not spoiling anything, though. I didn't even realize this game had a story until somebody told me, because I didn't read any of this stuff. Like, I read some of the messages, but I didn't actually read any, like, a lot of them. I still don't, to be fair. So I will probably know nothing about the story by the time I finish the game anyway. And then somebody will have to come in and tell me about it. Because, you know, that's just how it be. To be fair, though, equally fair, I kind of just stream this so people can come in and chill out. Because I know that a lot of people, despite the fact that I sit here talking the whole time when I'm doing this, I know a lot of people do come in just to sit here and go to sleep while I'm doing this. It's crazy. And I'm just sitting here yapping the whole time. I'm like, how can you sleep with my voice just grating in the background? You weirdos. Apparently I need to start doing ASMR or something. You'd be surprised how easy it is to sleep while someone is talking if they're playing this game.
Dinkakaminari 36 just followed.
I'm sitting here trying to pronounce that name. That name is a mouthful. I appreciate the follow, though. Denkiki Minari? I think I got it. Denki Minari. Thank you for the follow, anyway. I appreciate it, and I apologize for not being able to say your name. I think I said it right. Thank you, though. That's easier. I could do that. You'd be surprised how easy it is to sleep while someone is talking if they're playing this game. Yeah, but see, I don't really think I have a really relaxing voice, and sometimes I get quite animated when I'm talking about stuff when I play this. So it's just like, I don't really understand how people can sleep while I'm, me in particular, like, I don't feel like I have a relaxing voice. It's a me thing. But, you know what? I have people constantly coming in and telling me, so I just put on some chill music and... well, I hope it's chill music, and... yeah, I just keep doing what I do. I just do what I do. Which is kind of funny because most of the time it's just the background noise of the game, and for me it just helps because it makes it seem like I'm not alone, if that makes sense. No, that absolutely makes sense. I know quite a lot of people who... not when they're trying to sleep, but when they're working on something, they need to have something. Like a noise. And not even just music, like they actually have to have someone, like people talking around them, like they need to have people noise. I don't know if that makes sense, but... but yeah, so yeah, no, that absolutely makes sense to me. I just, like I said, for me, it's more of an I don't know how people find me relaxing, I guess. I'm glad they do, I just don't know how. So yeah, I tend to have a lot of work. To be fair, I could fall asleep with someone yelling if they're playing this game. I'm just kidding. Hey, to each their own. We don't judge here. We are going to judge the fact that I have to get a ladder to clean the top of all these, though. That is the one thing we are going to judge. If I put that there, maybe I can do all 4 of them? Granted, I could fall asleep to someone playing COD. I definitely could not. I usually have, for me to sleep when I've got like a really, really active mind, I kind of need nature sounds, like normal, natural sounds. So I'm more of like a storm guy or an ocean guy or, you know, that sort of stuff. Like a normal person? I mean, I guess so. I can listen to somebody rambling though, like if they, but they have to not be talking about anything interesting, which I mean, I guess is kind of what I do. I don't really talk about anything interesting. Because if I have somebody talking about somebody interesting in my ear, like if I have somebody, like, I watch another channel in my free time, Roanoke Gaming, who does like science stuff, and I wouldn't be able to sleep listening to him because I'm actually interested in it. So my brain would just be totally wired. But if I just have like somebody talking about, I don't know, just arbitrary dribbling stuff, kind of like what I do here, I guess, it's, I can fall asleep to it, so I get that. Something that I can just sort of, again, hear another person just talking about something, but they're not actually talking about anything I have to sort of listen to or engage in, I guess, is the best way to put it. I think that makes sense. So I get it. Thank you for the head pats, Melly. Ow. Oh, I do still have Red Bull left. Hell yeah. Not much though. Need mouthful. Thank you for the stretch as well. Oh, I need to stretch today. I am so stiff. I need someone to just sort of grab me in. Still no head pats with a PNG tuber? Yeah, I know. We were talking about that before you came in, actually, that I need to sort of try and find a workaround for that. They're still there in spirit. I appreciate them, even if they don't show up. I was talking about getting my model working. Earlier. I think I might have found sort of like an okay workaround for getting it to work. But I need to go and get like a longer USB-C cable for my webcam. Thank you for the headpats. Yeah, all the headpats are there in spirit. I appreciate them even if they don't show. Yeah, because the PNG was supposed to be temporary, but for a medium long term. Yeah, the PNG was not. So the PNG that I'm using at the moment is not even a PNG that I was supposed to use for streaming. It's for something else. It's another project that I do. So it's actually used for something completely independent of my streaming. I just loved how it came out, so I used it. I kind of adopted it over the old Chibi I used to use. And yeah, I think I've found a way that I might be able to, or more to the point, I think I've found a place that I can put the webcam back now, but I am going to need to get a longer USB-C cable because the one I have barely reaches where it is. So I don't know, maybe I'll do that next week after I get paid. Because, you know, any USB, any cable for anything that's over like a standard length is so fucking expensive. Like, you buy a regular USB-C cable, a regular cable, like a 1 meter, 1.5 meter cable, and it's like a normal price tag. You buy anything over that, and they're just like, no, you will now pay with your firstborn. Like, oh, okay, I guess. Yeah. I don't know how long this cable is. I'd have to, I think it's only a 1 meter cable.
No, it can't be. It must be a 1.5. So yeah, I will probably have to get a 3-meter cable or a 2-meter cable. If I can. Usually it goes from 1.5 to 3, so I'll have to see how I go, but I suspect that's what's gonna have to, well, no, I suspect that is what's going to have to happen. I'm gonna need to get a longer cable. Just because of how my monitors are set up now. Now that I've got the third monitor up. So, yeah. It is what it is. I will fix it. I just need to figure it out. Because I don't really want to just sort of get it half figured out and then have an issue pop up and then just be like, yeah, very good. We're going to have to reconsider this whole approach. Because I don't like doing shit like that. I use my controller wired. So wired cables being so long do matter. Yeah, I get that. I used to use my controllers wired, but all of my cables started to get wiggly at the connection points, so they started disconnecting constantly, so now I just use them as Bluetooth. Which sucks, because now I have to use batteries, but whatever. It is what it is. You take the pros and the cons of each thing you try and do, I guess. Has a brace included? That's what I need. And to get the ones that supposedly don't degrade over time, like the ones that have the solid connecting points, are like super expensive. So I'm just like, I can't keep buying, you know, $30+ cables for controllers all the time. For it to last, you know, 12 months and then I have to replace it again. What happened to the good old days where those things just never go wrong? Like you'd buy a cable for something and it'd last you until it fell apart. I haven't had something last me until it fell apart for years. So fine. Companies got greedy, not gonna lie. Yeah. And they use cheap stuff these days too. Don't forget that. They use the cheap, nasty materials. The brand I got my controller from is not that much more expensive than the first party controller for a bunch of improvements. Yeah, but these days controllers are expensive. Like, I have a PS5 controller and an Xbox Series controller. And those controllers are like, the Xbox controller's not horrible, but I mean, I think they're still $100 or something. And the PS5 controller is what, $130, I think. Like, I'm sorry, you can't tell me a controller's worth $130. In what world is a controller worth $130? Like, does it what, my ass? Like, I need to know what this controller does. I didn't buy my PS5 controller though, thankfully. Somebody got it as a gift for me, but I'm still gonna complain about the price because nobody should have to pay that price, regardless of whether it's me or somebody else. More to the point, you've got like the super fancy Xbox and PS5 controllers now, the ones that cost, I think the PS5 ones are like $300. Do you remember the day where you could get a Nintendo DS for $300? Like, you're telling me that that controller's worth a Nintendo DS? Don't think so. The controller's worth a whole ass console? Oh man, don't think so. So in Australia, the controller would cost $190. Yeah, not worth it in your area. Yeah, no, I got my controller from somebody who lives in Japan. It might even have Japanese in the back of it. Hang on. Let me see what language the back's in. Oh, it is in English. The address listed on the back of it is English, but it's a Japanese address. But yeah, no, the stuff, everything in Australia is hyper expensive, and I don't know why. Like, they're supposed to price regionally, on the basis of, like, the receiving country's economy, and the Australian economy has never been particularly strong, so I don't know why everything's hyper expensive over here. It's like, I don't know who told you that Australia is a financially rich country, because it is not, man. Towards the beginning of the stream, for example, we were talking about the price differences of games in Australia versus China. How, like, say, Battlefield 6, for example, is $110 in Australia, and in China, it's nearly half price. It's like 55% the price. Far from the other big markets. Australia's not all that far from Japan, which is where Sony hails from, though. That's the big thing. And I mean, not to mention that all of Sony's stuff is made in China, which we're relatively close to too, so it's just, like, the math ain't mathin', you know? Especially these days, with all the tariffs and stuff that are ongoing. Like, there's no way that Australia should be paying more for electronics from Japan than America. There just isn't. And don't get me wrong, it's not that much cheaper in America than it is Australia. Like, once you do the, I think once you put tax on top of it, like state taxes on top of it, it tends to be a little bit more expensive in America, but initially, before the taxes are put on, it's cheaper than Australia. But you would think that the gap would be a lot different, but it's not. It's very strange. I don't understand it. Yes, America has a substantially bigger market, but, you know, there's a lot more in play than a bigger market at the moment. "10 years ago, not even 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it would be a different story, but yeah, it's very strange to me. I don't really understand it. I think it's just a matter of greed, honestly. But I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be wrong. Now, Microsoft being an American company, I could understand that that stuff would be a little bit more expensive, even though that is, again, still all made in China. But, you know, the technicality of it being an American company is a bit different. But, yeah, for Sony, there's no excuse. Like, our prices should be really similar to, say, what Japan pays, but it's not. Japan is substantially cheaper than what we pay for here. Substantially. Like, not even a little cheaper. It's like night and day cheaper. So yeah, it's really weird to me. The Australian dollar is somewhat weak too, but that's not explaining the huge differences. The Canadian dollar is only about 10% difference. So yeah, that's the big thing. Like, the Australian dollar tended to line up really, really well with the Canadian dollar. Like, it used to nearly be identical. So the Canadian dollar used to be a really good comparison. It's a little bit of a bigger gap now, but typically speaking, yeah, the Canadian dollar was a good comparison market to go on. Canada's doing really strong right now, though, financially, so unfortunately that little gap has turned into a bigger gap, but yeah, no. By looking at that, you can actually see where my concerns come from, I guess. Sorry for cutting the conversation short, but I gotta go. That's bye, Melly. I hope you have a good whatever it is that you go to do. I hope you get it all done. This booth no clean. This booth is fighting me for every little drop of cleanliness. Oh, I saw something. What was that? Frame. This frame. Why is this? There we go. Alright, cool. We have cleaned a corner. One corner. Yeah, it's, I don't really understand
global economics at the moment. I used to understand global economics really well, but just recently it's been, I don't know, like the last maybe 10 years? No, it's not even in the last 10 years. Ever since the Rona came around, the last 5 years, global economics has really confused me. Which is a real shame, because like I said, things like controllers and stuff, things that used to be really, not really affordable, I mean, they've always been obnoxiously expensive, but things that, just games, let's say games in general. Games in general, ever since the Rona hit, have been not okay. And I get that that's a greed thing from companies, but, I mean, I'm sure there's more to it than just companies being greedy, surely, hopefully. I don't know. Save my faith in humanity on that one, I guess. Maybe. Just sucks. I don't like spending, you know, $110 on a video game. I think I've spoken about this a little bit. It's like, some games I use the words I don't mind. I don't like using those words because it makes it sound like I'm okay with it when really I'm completely not okay with it. But it's just like, some games I can sort of see the justification. Like, say, Battlefield 6, for example, is $110, but I know for a fact that I'm going to get a lot of hours out of Battlefield 6, assuming they don't be stupid with it. So a part of me's like, well, I can kind of justify it. I don't like it. Like, I wouldn't mind paying, I don't know, $100 for it. It's once you break that $100 mark that I start to be a bit weird about it, I guess. Because once you break the $100 Australian mark, it's kind of just like, you're asking a lot at that point. Especially for a digital product. And especially these days, seeing as how all the game developers are like, well, you don't actually own this game, you're just renting this game from us. So, I don't actually own the game. I'm just borrowing it. Kind of like from Blockbuster or something, I guess. You can disconnect my service at any time on the basis of God only knows what. Because you just feel that, you know, the game's not making money or something, so you're just like, well, game over, sorry guys. Like, there's too many moving parts of the whole situation now. I don't agree with a lot of it. I think a lot of people don't actually agree with it. I don't know how just Stop Killing Games is going at the moment. I'm hoping that whole system is going, because I think Stop Killing Games is a good thing. I did read a lot of their documentation, and a lot of their documentation certainly needed some polishing, but the general idea behind it is good. Hopefully that's going alright, but I haven't really been following it, so. It's Sophia! Hi! Hi, Sophia.
Sophia_Ignosi just raided with 6 viewers.
How did Yote go? Oh. A resubby field trip? Oh.
Sophia_Ignosi just subscribed.
Thank you for the
for
resubby,
28
Sophia.
months.
I appreciate it as always. What's going on? How'd Yote go? Talk to me. Tell me about your adventures. She died to a fire. Oh. Well, that doesn't sound fun. Yeah, that. Understandable. Have a good day, I guess. Sucked until I realized I needed new armor? I thought you said all your stuff was upgraded, or was that just your weapons? Now I have that gunproof armor. Hell yeah. Weapons are upgraded, but I got too far ahead and started a quest before getting the final armor I needed. Ah. I see, I see. Well, at least you've got it all sorted now. That's the important part. Well, at least hopefully you've got it all sorted. Three lanes of riflemen and an upward incline, and she just decided, fuck it, I'm a charge. Understandable. That sounds like something Sophie would do. YOLO. I've seen you play that game enough, so I know exactly what you do. I know what you get up to. I know how you approach situations. Especially if you've got that dog with you. Once that dog shows up, whew. Caution goes out the window. But the important part is that you're having fun. That is the important part. I feel like I should play that game. It looks like a good game. It looks like a game I'd enjoy. I don't know if it'd be a game that I'd be very good at, but it looks like a good game. Maybe if I ever get more free time than I have, which I don't. I had to stop buying games on a whim because I just don't have time to play them anymore. I used to buy a lot of games on a whim and just be like, yeah, if I get around to it, I'll get around to it. These days, I just know that I won't get around to it, so I just don't bother. I've always liked the look of those games, though. Tsushima and Yote. I think they're Souls-like games, though, aren't they? I'm not very good at Souls-like games. No, they're not. Maybe I would enjoy them then. I am equally terrible at Souls-like games. I love Elden Ring, but I'm terrible at it. I put a lot of time into Elden Ring. I loved that game as hard as I possibly could, and it did not love me back. In fact, I'm pretty sure it spat in my face. Pretty much, yeah. I do love Elden Ring. I cannot ever say it's a bad game, but I am horrible at it. Which is kind of funny, because I have so many friends that just love Souls-like games and live and breathe Souls-like games. Even if they just die like a million fucking times, they're just like re-inspired to try again. And I'm just like, man, you guys are built different. Could not be me. I would fucking be throwing shit. I have never thrown a controller in my life that I can remember. I may have accidentally thrown a Wii controller, but anybody who's used a Wii before, I think, may have had that experience. It wasn't intentional. But there have been a lot of times where I have definitely slammed a controller down on a soft surface, like, because usually when I'm using controllers, I'm sitting on a lounge or something, and walked away. I've walked away from games a lot. When I walk away from a game, I'm like fucking seriously angry. I can put up with a lot. When I walk away, that's it. I'm like 100 cranky. Hell, I had to walk away from the last MechWarrior Clans game because I don't know if it's broken or what, or if it's designed to play the way it plays. Imagine walking away from a MechWarrior game. Apparently could be me. But thankfully I have never broken a controller intentionally. Well, intentionally? By hurling it, by abusing the controller. I have never abused a controller. Any more than button mash typically would, anyway. If it's not a Souls-like game, then I will definitely put a little bit more thought into playing it. I always thought they were Souls-like games, so I never touched them. Kind of like, oh, I have the game, but I can't remember what it's called. I have it on the PS4. I have no idea what the game's called, though. It's another Japanese Souls-like game, but I can't remember what it's called. I bought it before I actually knew what a Souls-like game was. And then probably wondered why I was getting my ass handed to me. Like a dope. Hi, Tibs. It was not Bloodborne. No. I've never played Bloodborne. I have no idea what the game's called. I know it's another Japanese-based game, but... with a samurai that's missing a hand, he has the little mechanical hand that seconds is like a grappling hook. I'm glad you know what I'm talking about. That makes me feel less insane. Now, if you can get the name of it, that'd be even better. Makes me feel like less of a madman when somebody finally knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, Sekiro. That's the one. Yeah, I played that a little bit on PS4 and... ooh, that was my first actual experience with Souls-like games. That was my first real interaction with a Souls-like game. And I didn't even know it at the time. I know it now, but I didn't know it at the time. I think it's made by FromSoft, isn't it? Is that a FromSoft game? Anybody who knows or can look it up? Sekiro. Shadows die twice. That's FromSoft? Okay, so it's a legitimate Souls-like game. There you go. I bought it because it looked cool. I saw the trailers and everything, and I'm like, oh, this looks amazing. And then I like got to the first boss and had my ass kicked, and I never got past the first boss. That is my experience with... that is my first experience with a Souls-like game. It wouldn't be until many years later when I actually realized... that Souls-like games are designed to just upset you in every way possible. To be good at a Souls-like game, you have to be good at playing the system. No amount of experience in video games gives you any benefit playing a Souls-like game. You could be the best video gamer in the world and you'd be horrible at a Souls-like game because you have to play the Souls-like game under the conditions that the Souls-like game provides to you. Everything else you know about gaming means nothing in a Souls-like game, and I hate that. I hate that. Physics, logic, nothing means anything. All that matters is what the game tells you matters. And the funny thing is that despite that, however many years ago it's been since Sekiro released, I would still be horrible at it. Even knowing what I know about Souls-like games today. Would I be able to beat the first boss today? Probably. Well, not first go. But would I be able to at least tough it out eventually? Absolutely. But would I enjoy it? No, I would not enjoy it. I would be so angry. You guys would see a very dark side of me. You guys would see the swoopy boy in me. Which is a shame, though, because I do, like I say, I do typically enjoy the games they release. Like, they are typically very pretty games, and they're nice to look at, like, the whole time you play them. It's just, fuck. They are rage-inducing by design. And I think that's what upsets me the most, is that they're rage-inducing by design. They're just not rage-inducing by coincidence. So it's not even like you can be apologetic about the game, because it's just like, no, we've intentionally made this game to be as upsetting as humanly possible. I think that's why I stopped playing Armored Core. Because I was playing Armored Core for a while there, and it got to a point where the game was just doing stuff to me for the sake of doing stuff to me, and I'm just like, man, this can't keep going on. They can't keep getting away with this. I did tough that game out quite a lot though, Armored Core. I don't know how far through it I got, but I did tough it out for a while. It's just, yeah. I got to a point where stuff was happening in the game where, I don't know, my character would attack but then stay suspended in the air instead of dropping to the ground, and I'm just like, man, you need to not. So yeah, like I said, if you play a Souls-like game, especially a FromSoft game, you've got to play to whatever the game dictates the world exists as. And I don't like that, because my mind isn't designed to work that way. My mind is designed to work on the logic of 30 years of gameplay experience, not what FromSoft says it is. I think we are all done in here. Hell yeah. Kind of the same reason I didn't like Elden Ring, personally. Didn't like Elden Ring. It's just like, you try to block things, like, I went in there thinking, yeah, well, I'll just block stuff, right? No, the block window is like a fraction of a second. If you don't get that fraction of a second block window, it's just like, yeah, nah, no block for you, buddy. Probably why I see Reggie running around with a greatsword. When Reggie plays. Or goes the greatsword and is just like, yeah, let's just murder things. Or goes all blocking, all defense, let's just murder things. I did try magic in Elden Ring, I didn't understand it. I had a bunch of people try to explain it to me too, and it still didn't make any sense to me, so I just sort of gave up on it. I just admitted that I'm crap at Elden Ring, and I'm okay with that. Alright, I just have to finish off this sign, and I think all of this side of the room is done. Hell yeah! Alright, I think we are all done on this side. Half of it is done. Ow, thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch. Wow, not to mention how much time I'll be spending playing Enfield, maybe. Oh, my shoulder's just cracked. Ow. Maybe, I don't know. Enfield is still a big question mark. Which is kind of funny because I think everybody who watches me for Arknights is just like waiting for me to play Enfield, and I'm just like, finally, when the end is in sight for the Enfield beta stuff and the game is on the horizon, I'm just like, well, I don't know if I'll be playing it because I don't know if I'll enjoy it. You don't know that game? It's the new Arknights that's coming out. I think it's gonna be like a Genshin clone. A lot of people will hate me for saying that, but it is what it is. I'm calling an apple an apple. But yeah, I've been talking about Enfield. I mean, everybody who plays Arknight's been talking for Enfield forever, but I mean, from everything I've been seeing, and this is not from people, I want to be clear, I would love to be clear about this, that this isn't from people who are in my Arknight circle, who have played the beta, so they've all been relatively quiet about it. Actually, nobody's been saying much about it, which I guess is equal parts concerning, because I don't think there's a lot of NDAs on around it, given that they let people outright stream it. So I definitely don't think they're stuck behind any sort of non-disclosure. But there's been a lot of talk in the Arknights community about tourists complaining about everything, and that's been slowly ruining the game. So, I'm not sure. I don't know how much truth there is to that, because obviously I never got to play any of the Arknights betas, so... Enfield betas. But yeah, there is definitely been a lot of complaints about tourists. I made a complaint about tourists. But that was just a me being fucking filthy thing. Yeah, so tourists are basically people who don't actually have any... No, they're people who just show up to play the game, but they're not actual fans. Yeah, what Shade said. And so what they envision for the Arknights IP is probably not necessarily beneficial for the Arknights IP. Because, I mean, not a lot of people play... Well, that's not true. I mean, if you're here, you've probably seen me play Arknights. Now, whether or not you're interested in Arknights yourself or not, that's another question altogether, but you would have seen me play it. But the Arknights IP is not supposed to be, like... As a whole, it's not supposed to be, like, a fun... quirky, happy IP. Like, the Arknights world is a very dark, miserable world. Now, I don't know if the Enfield world is the same, but yeah, and there's a lot of people who just don't want to let Arknights be Arknights. They want it to be something else. So I don't. And the problem is because it's a Genshin clone, or appears to be a Genshin clone, or was originally supposed to be a Genshin clone. There's like obviously a lot of people from Genshin and those other sort of games that just kind of jump in and want to give their 5 cents and turn it into a literal Genshin clone or something else altogether, you know, something that sort of benefits their way they want to experience the game. But yeah, I've been told there's a lot of toxicity from the tourists. Now, I don't know if that's true or not because I don't really follow it, because I was never invited to any of the beta tests, so I don't actually know what the situation is with the tourists, aside the fact that they exist. So, yeah, I don't know how much truth there is to it, but let it be known that it's been said. Yeah, I've been rejected every single time. It's kind of funny because one of them actually asked if you were an Arknight's content creator, one of the betas. I'm like, yeah, I'm an Arknight's content creator. At the time, I used to do at least one Arknight stream a week, so yeah, I was definitely an Arknight's content creator. But yeah, it's, I don't know, Arknight's Enfield, from what I've seen recently, has turned into a game that I don't think I will enjoy. Now, whether that's a product of, as I said, the tourists, I don't know. Because not having played any of the betas, like, I'm a little in the dark about how things were. But yeah, I mean, from all the complaints I have seen, I am led to believe that the tourists have been playing a heavy part on a lot of the changes, for better or worse. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. It just looks like they want to make it a full-time game, kind of like what Genshin is. And I'm just not interested in a full-time game. Like, that's the reason I don't play MMOs. Like, I want a game that I can just walk away from if I'm bored or if I get busy or something like that. Like, I don't want to play a game where it feels like a job. That's why I was playing Turtle WoW for a little while, because Turtle WoW was an entirely non-committal World of Warcraft thing. I know that where the top bar of that game is not going to move very far if I stop playing it. So if I want to go back, like, it's not going to be the end of the world. Always got to do your dailies. Dailies are so important. But yeah, I suspect that what we get for Enfield is not going to be the original Enfield that we were supposed to get. And in some ways, don't get me wrong, like, they've updated the graphics and everything, so, you know, in some ways that's good, but... in so many other ways, that is not good. And, you know, I get it. Me calling people tourists is not exactly the most polite thing in the world, but at the same time, I mean, when a group of people come into something and then sort of appeal for drastic change to the point where it does make fundamental changes to the game that in some cases are detrimental to what the game is supposed to be, like, it's hard not to sort of be derogative towards those people, I guess. It does look fantastic. It looks beautiful, but... I don't know. I try not to be sort of aggressive about the tourists. I do try. It's hard because, like I said, I didn't get invited to any papers at all, so it's very difficult not to be at least a little bitter, but... it does make it very hard when even the Arknights community are complaining about them. Like, it's very hard to ignore when the Arknights community is sort of sitting there in a fucking beta test going, the tourists are ruining this. Especially, you know, with stuff like Mecha Break being so raw still. Like, I mean, I was talking about Mecha Break at the start of this goddamn stream, for example. You know, you play this game or you see this game that you're so excited about, you know, it's something that you're really genuinely interested in, and then community who don't really care about the game, they only care about themselves, sort of come in, step in, and start demanding changes, and then the whole thing just kind of falls apart. And it just ruins it for everybody except the people that benefited from it. Like, it's hard not to be cautious or wary of that. So, yeah. They got Genshin goo all over their Arknights. It was always designed as a Genshin clone, like, I know that for a fact, but... I don't know how closely it was going to be a Genshin clone. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I'm just mega wary of it now, especially after what happened with Mecha Break. Bedtime for you now? Okay, Sophie, thank you for the raid, thank you for chatting, and I hope you're doing well, because we haven't chatted in forever. I hope you have a good rest, though. Night-night. Yeah, I worry about Enfield. I do. I was gonna update my little Gooper model for Enfield as well. The little guy model, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. I was gonna change the code out because at the moment it's like a doctor's code. I was gonna get the administrator code. But I mean, shit, man. Even though it'd only be cheap for me to do that, like dirt cheap, because that model is super easy to get changed. I'm just like, if I'm not gonna play that game, I'm not gonna get a new model for it, or a new code, or whatever. I'm not gonna get my administrator stuff. Because there's just not going to be any point. I just feel bad for the guys who follow me because I play Arknights, expecting me to eventually do Enfield, because, like, those are the people I genuinely feel bad for. Because I've talked up how I'm going to play Enfield when it comes out, and it just gets to a point where I'm just like, well, this Enfield is not the game I originally was told it was going to be, so, you know, I'm sorry. It makes me feel really bad, honestly. It's because it's the same sort of shitty feeling I had when Mecha Break turned out to be the disaster it was. Because it's just like, in the beta I saw it coming. I made complaints about Falcon's in the beta, that Falcon needed to be tuned down, and they tuned it up. I'm just like, man. And now, at the end of it, after I'm sitting here for however long it was, being like, yeah, I'm gonna do Mecha Break and all this other shit, and it's just like, now I don't play Mecha Break at all because it just turned into a horrible, horrible game. That I'm just not interested in. And I feel really bad for the people who came here expecting me to play Mecha Break, because now I just don't do it. And the real shitty part is me sitting there going, well, the devs just won't balance the game. Sounds like a really shitty cop-out, you know? Like, the excuse I have just sounds like a really bad cop-out, and I don't like that that's how it turned out. It's kind of the self-same reason as to why I don't really play, say, Star Citizen anymore. Not that I had a huge Star Citizen following at any point in time, but, you know, I used to be really forward about pushing Star Citizen, and now I'm just like, well, you know, if you want to play it, you want to play it. If you don't want to play it, you don't want to play it. Because, you know, Star Citizen slowly started to become something that I didn't agree with. And I don't want to be that person who sort of pushes a game that I myself wouldn't play, you know? For a legitimate reason. Like, I will push not Enfield, sorry. Like, Elden Ring, for example, I would push it because I think it's a great game. But just because I'm shit at it, that's not a good reason for somebody not to play it. But, like, I'm not going to push for somebody to play, say, Mecha Break, when I know the game is unbalanced and horrible. Like, that's a legitimate reason to not play that game. So I'm not gonna, like, push that game off on people, but I know, you know, there's elements of that game that I just think are fucking trash. So that's kind of the reason I don't push Star Citizen on people anymore. Like, I was always really wary about, like, pulling people into Star Citizen, because it was just what it is, but... The other thing is that, like, now I would just never recommend Star Citizen to anybody. Like, I would not recommend Star Citizen to anybody unless they were genuinely, like, really interested in it. And even then, I'd just be like, well, you know, just go easy on it. Make sure you like it before you do, you know, play on a free weekend to see how it goes, you know. They have enough free weeks, so... Yeah, those free fly weekends are the only time I would really suggest anybody play Star Citizen at the moment. I would never suggest that somebody actually buy the game these days prior to doing a free fly. Just because I don't have food here, I haven't touched any of it. And it is hot, or was hot food. It's definitely not hot food anymore. Yeah, because the game just isn't what I've been playing for the last 10 years anymore. And I severely don't agree with the changes they've made. I feel that the changes they've made are horrible. Like, genuinely horrible. Like, game-breakingly horrible. And I'm not going to tell somebody else to fucking play that. I barely play it anymore. I log in once a blue moon to see if they've made it any better. That's literally what I do. Realize they haven't, log back out. I mean, when you've got a sound designer leading the actual gameplay, what do you expect, I suppose? Remember, kids, sound designers should not be leading your gameplay. But whatever, they've doubled down on it, tripled down on it, quadrupled down on it.
It's not changing. They reckon it's going to get better. I can't see it getting better. The way they describe it sounds like it's only going to get worse. So. Everybody else seems to feel the same as me. Well, maybe not everybody else. 50% thereabouts. A lot of people just see the obvious problems and issues. They're like, well, this issue exists and you're going to do this, which is only going to make that issue worse. So, you know, you're saying you're going to fix it. Everybody can already see that it's going to make it worse. So why you doing it? And the answer to that is always just wait and see. Or something along those lines. And it's just like, man, just wait and see is how we got here. Yeah, at what point in time do we, you know, start just not trusting and realizing that a bad idea on paper is a bad idea in practice? Because that's all that they seem to be doing. They give us a bad idea on paper and then tell us to trust the process, and the process just is a bad idea. And then you've got these people who have floated this game for a decade. Some of whom are tens of thousands of dollars worth of investment into this game. Complaining about it. And everybody's just like, well, if you don't like it, just don't play it. My brother in Christ. They've invested tens of thousands of dollars in this game. And while I don't suggest that that should imply that they get the final say on how the game goes, you know, if they've floated the game from day dot and you've changed something, and this person who's fucking put tens of thousands of dollars into your game turns around and goes, that's not a good idea, it's probably not a good idea. You know, they all of a sudden just turn around and go, you know what, that one is not a good one. After a decade of silence and happiness and money, the one time they go, that's not a good idea, you know, maybe you should listen to them. I don't know. That's my hot take. It's not much of a hot take because I think everybody's pretty much in the same boat with it, but we can pretend it's a hot take. We can pretend. Mr. Star Rupture co-op test this weekend? Star Rupture, that sounds familiar. All I'm saying is there's a reason EVE Online went for however long EVE Online went for, and is still going on, even though it's a shell of its previous self, but... EVE just made a very solid, stable game, and they didn't change much of the formula. Now, obviously, there's more to that than just that, but that can be the primary takeaway of what we're talking about. I feel like, I don't know, I don't think Star Citizen is going to be as popular as I had originally expected it to be. Like, I always knew Star Citizen was only going to be like for a certain breed of people. I didn't really expect Star Citizen to be like the next huge game in terms of player count. Like, I always expected it to be kind of like EVE, how it sort of fit a certain category of person. But my hopes and expectations for Star Citizen over the last few years have significantly died down. I think that game is only going to be like a 20,000 player sort of game at the end of the day. By the time they implement everything and start setting everyone, and because you got to remember that a lot of the changes that they've got to implement yet are going to upset a lot of people still. So like there's still a lot of upsetment to come. Now, a lot of the long-term players know that this is still to come, but so like there's stuff that some people have accepted and that know are coming, and then you've got like newer players who might not have been so aware of the situation that just don't know that they're coming. So yeah, it's one of those things. I think once, like, the most of the the game's inherent automation that goes on at the moment is removed, I think that's when you'll see, like, a lot of fucking spiking of player count go down. Wave engineering is going to upset a lot of people. I don't think it's going to upset as many people as, like, the automation side of things being removed, like the automatic loading and stuff of the larger ships. I think when the automatic loading of the larger ships is removed, that is going to really, really hurt people, but
Yeah, engineering is going to upset a lot of people who thought they could just buy big ships and just be funny. A lot of the Polaris pilots are going to be crying once engineering changes. People are already laughing at the people who bought Polarises just to be funny. Polarises and Idrises and stuff like that. There's a big joke going on that once the engineering changes happens, all of those people are just going to quit. Which is probably true. Everybody bought the big fancy ships that cost hundreds of, well, you may as well say $1,000, thinking that they could just kill anything with them. Not anymore. So a lot of people will be upset about that, which, I mean, most people knew that was coming anyway, but like I said, again, if you haven't been following Star Citizen for a long time, you wouldn't probably know, because, you know, a lot of people don't do a lot of research on games they play, especially in development games. They kind of just look at the game at the time and go, yeah, I like this, and then they just jump into it. Which is why I say I've always been wary about introducing people to Star Citizen, because, you know, at the end of the day, it's supposed to be a very full-on game. It's not really supposed to be a game that is designed for people who don't have at least a little bit of time to spend playing it. Yeah, it'll be funny. Maybe I'll actually spend some time on the forums to watch all the complaints that come out about engineering once it comes out. Given that people have stopped complaining about master modes now because they know that it's not going to get changed, so I think people just gave up playing, honestly. I mean, I said that approximately, what, 500, 600,000 people stopped playing after master modes? And apparently CIG thought that was an acceptable loss. Because they certainly didn't care about it. I think the problem is that CIG sort of sits there and they go, well, it's not implemented properly yet, so once it's implemented properly, it'll be better. It's not going to be better, dudes. It's going to be the same trash. It's just going to be probably worse. You're adding more layers to a system that's already horrible. Like, it's not going to get better. An inherently bad system doesn't get better just because you add a few more layers to it. Or it doesn't get better because you make it more complicated. It's just like, dudes, it's bad now. It's going to be bad when you're done with it. Or worse when you're done with it. Stop trying to salvage the bad thing that nobody likes.
They will not, so I don't know. Maybe they're sort of just relying on people fucking go the sunk cost fallacy. That's the only thing I can think of. Maybe that's what they're relying on, is just people going with the sunk cost thing. Maybe they just expect, as I say, the people who have spent tens of thousands on the game to just be like, well, I've spent tens of thousands on it now, I may as well just keep playing it. Either that, or maybe Chris Roberts is so detached that he doesn't really get told anything. I don't know. There has to be some sort of issue. You don't have a game hemorrhage 600,000 players and somebody on the board just goes, yeah, this is fine. You just don't, man. I don't get it. See, now with Black Ops, you could see all the warning signs. The executive board members are like, no, this game is too big to fail. Like, all of the warning signs are there. Like, you can see where it's gone wrong. There was no real indication of where it went wrong with Star Citizen. Which is so weird. Well, it's not weird, but it's just... It's strange that somebody hasn't sort of gone, well, this is not ideal. I mean, maybe they are just so fixated on what is to come, like, it will get better just because the system's not implemented. The people will like it once it's implemented. Like, once we add more complexity to this system that they already don't like, maybe they'll like it. Like, maybe that's the pure mentality, but... I don't know. I'm not in the boardroom. I don't know. I know Chris Roberts has his design in his head that doesn't agree with, or doesn't align with what the players want. So maybe it is a Chris Roberts thing. Maybe... I don't know, because when you see the development team talking about it, they sort of sit there and they like fall in for these systems that, like, you can't actually see that they're sort of stuck. So, I don't know whether it's the developers, if it's Chris Roberts, if it's what. But all I know is after they introduced master modes, they lost 600,000 players. And if that's not a bad career choice for your game's development, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if that doesn't ring alarm bells, I don't know what to tell you. They absolutely lost. I did a lot of research on that, and I found numbers that aligned fairly closely with that. Like, I found listed numbers that aligned with their player counts at the time. They absolutely lost 600,000 people. And if it wasn't 600,000, then it was at least 500.
because they were stupid enough to put out player count numbers in months surrounding those events. So I know those numbers are close to accurate. Well, stupid enough? I'm sure they were proud of those numbers at the time, but they helped me cement whether or not the numbers were remotely accurate. And they were definitely remotely accurate. So I can say with enough confidence that the numbers were relatively accurate, because the numbers I was getting from third-party sites were within 10,000 of what their announced numbers were. So that is safe enough of a wiggle room for me to determine that, yeah, they lost hundreds of thousands of people to master modes. Yeah, and see, before Master Modes, they had over 700,000 people. They were borderlining 800,000. They never broke 800,000, I don't believe. I'd have to relook at the numbers, but they were definitely approaching 800,000. At their peak. And like I said, that MMO site lined up with the few times that CGI has actually released actual numbers, so I am definitely satisfied. Like, it fell within 10,000 players. What is not? Wait, damn it. I missed something in the other room. What did I not clean? I saw it. Where is it? The big issue with Star Citizen and talking about total unique members is that they do a lot of things where they have, like, the most recent one, the Star Kitty paint. It's like, how many people have made new accounts just to get that? And that class, you know, that registers as a unique player. Because, I mean, even I thought about it. If only to sell it. Because if they never run it again, then... Because I don't really care all that much for it. It's cool, but... I mean, it's just a Drake Dragonfly. It's just one of those things you keep in your account for a rainy day and then decide to sell it one day when it goes up in price, you know? Assuming they don't release it large scale. It's kind of like that AMD Mustang I have. Like, I've never fucking flown that thing. That thing has never left a hangar. And I just keep it. Maybe it'll be worth something one day, maybe it won't. I don't even know what sort of Mustang it is. I think it's a Mustang Gamma. Yeah, see, and that's what I mean. Like, why would I not just sort of keep something like that just chilling around? Had I known about the different types of moles, I would have kept several of those lying around too, but I missed that. The problem is with those sorts of things that the price just randomly and arbitrarily fluctuates, so... Like, very arbitrarily fluctuates. But that's what I mean with the Star Kitty thing, like... Why not just keep one around? Like, why not just get this Space Kitty Dragonfly and just keep it around, and if they never sell it again, then... You know, you've got a ship that could be worth hundreds of dollars that you couldn't care less about. It isn't sellable or tradable? Smart play, CGI, smart play. Didn't give it the hip pats. One day I'll get the fancy mole, maybe. I would like to get the mole again. But I really want the mole carbon, but I just cannot find one for sale. Even if I have to buy it for full price, I will fucking grab it. I would prefer not to, but... I have 2 mole CCUs at the moment. But I would really like a mole carbon again. I would really like a mole carbon, but I don't think I'm ever gonna get one. So many people on the grey market have mole carbon to something else. It's just like, dude, that is a limited time mole and you bought 1 million CCUs for mole carbon to something else. Nobody's gonna get rid of that mole carbon, you lunatic.
They would have said it would have been, I assume they would have told people that it was limited. I'm not paying $790 for a fucking mole. You're dreaming. You are dreaming. I will pay, what, $500 at most? That's the best, that's my final offer. And that's for the whole ship. That's not for a CCU. I'm not paying $500 for a CCU. You can fucking dream on that one as well. With lifetime. If it doesn't come with lifetime, you're not getting $500 out of me. You will get market value if it doesn't come with lifetime. The other thing is, like, I don't even know how worthwhile the mole's going to be anymore. Like, once the Erasta comes out, I'm pretty confident the Erasta is just going to be a straight replacement for it, so... Like, I think the mole is just going to be a cheap Erasta. Will be smaller and far. Yeah, but that, like, I still don't really see the... Like, I don't see a reason to have the mole if you have an Erastra, you know? I think it's gonna be one of those things where it's just a pointless alternative. And given I do have a CCU to an Erastra, I just, like, I'm like, well, you know, maybe those mole CCUs I have will not remain mole CCUs. I mean, one of them is not a mole, like, it's a mole that is going, I think it's actually gonna be in the Erastra chain, but it's just, you know, I can't see it staying that way, I guess. Reggie! Regina, woo, wed panda. What's going on, Reg? When are you going to Japan, Reggie? Night of the 20th? Like this month? You're going at Christmas? You lunatic. Holidays are Christmas? Crazy man. You're gonna get all the lunatics at the airport. Or the people who only travel once a year. I wanted to know because I'm probably going to be trying to go to Japan sometime next year, so I was curious to know if we'd be there at the same time or not, but obviously not. When next year? Probably about May. May is when I'm planning at the moment. Subject to change, but I'm planning May. Because one of the places I want to go is closed for maintenance until the end of April, so... yeah, I'm kind of organizing my trip around that. Why am I using this thing? I forgot PowerWash Sim 2 has a floor cleaner. Get no holidays in May. Sad face. What's that trying to get me to clean? I don't know what that wants me to clean. Out of wall? Oh, shit. Thought I cleaned that. Thought I got all that off. Exactly, it's part of the aesthetic. If you've never been to a nightclub, there's fucking graffiti everywhere. Reception counter trim. Why? Why do you do this to me, Val? This heckin' stinky cat. I even wrote you a nice birthday message, you frickin' stinker. Can't believe this. It was Cat's birthday like last week or something. Last week or the week before? I don't remember now. I just remember signing the card. That is all I remember. I just remember signing the card. All these youngins and their tic-tac-toe. Youngins? What do you mean youngins? This guy. What card? The card for Val's birthday. Val just came in, threw chickens at me, and fucked off, though. Let's just throw that out there. Didn't even say anything, just threw chickens and fucked off. Drive-by egging. Who throws a chicken and just fucks off? Fair dinkum. Believe this. This is bullshit. More bullshit that's on this tractor. Tractor's gonna be harder. Do I need to get the detergent out? Yes. It's been a long time since I've had to get detergent out. I don't typically use detergent. I typically just spray the thing until it fucking gets clean, but I might need the detergent. You can see the dirt in there. Yeah, I was gonna go earlier, honestly, Reggie. I was originally planning to go, like, March-ish. But, like I said, one of the things that I want to see while I'm over there, like 110%, is closed for renovations at the moment, so they don't open back up until, when did I say? End of April. So, yeah, May is going to be when I am planning to go there now. Because I figure if I'm going there, I'm going to see everything I want to see. Full stop. In case I never get to go back. Oh, there the cat is. Is it a marble ranked game? Marble ranked game.
You've lost 3 times in a row? Oh no. That's so good. When you're in ranked, you're supposed to win, Val. Losing's for losers, Val. Did you have a good birthday though, Stinky Cat? You've won 3, won 4, lost 3. Of course you should keep going. You're up. You knew it was by message as soon as you read Stinky Cat. Fantastic. My work is done. Did with the sound of sane advice. I don't know about that, Reg. It's been a long time since I've played competitive games, mate. I'm not sure if my competitive gaming advice is still in date. Oh, how's Nuclear Nightmare these days, Reg? I forgot to ask ya. Played like 3 rounds last night. Was it okay? Was it good? Is it interesting? The new map, except for the forest one, is good. That's something, I guess. Why, except for the forest one, or did you just not play the forest one? Poor Reggie got caught by my mod. Caught in 4K getting jumped.
I don't think power washing can truly clean this vehicle with how much grime, mold, algae, and muck it's got. I should probably be using the soap, but I'm not using soap. I'm just spraying the shit out of it. Because that's what I do, Reggie. I just spray the shit out of things, because I'm too lazy to use soap. I just spray it until it comes off. Don't question my tenacity or my laziness. I need an unlimited tab and an espresso bar. See, Reggie, we're done, mate. Done. It's clean, buddy. It's clean. Oh, temple interior. Fucking hell. Shit. Can I get a better power washer? I would just quit if I see this kind of dirt. You can't just quit, Reggie. You've got to go hard, buddy. Do I have enough to buy, like, the fancy thing? I think I do. All right. We have a fancier washer. Go hard, Reggie. Go hard. Get fucking washing like crazy, buddy. Just tuck in. Plus, I mean, honestly, not that this is real life, but assuming this was real life, you're just hosing. So, I mean, how hard can it be? God really let this house go on this one. I don't think this is God's temple, my man. I don't think God has dragons in his temple.
Tibs, what do you do to this place? Shut up, Oni, or I'll get you in here working with me. It wasn't me. I'll put you to work, Oni. It was a very interesting night. Don't you incriminate me, Reggie. What the hell? You're supposed to be on my side, Reggie. Yeah, that's right. We're doing RV there yet later. You need to have energy for that, Oni. What time? Midnight my time, I believe it is. Oni, what time is it in Central? Sleep in the RV? Mate, you're gonna be giving us directions or something. I'm gonna give you a job. $7 a.m. Is that like 10 p.m. my time? I think, are you 2 hours behind me, Reggie? What time is it now for you? Is it 5:30 for you at the moment, Reg? It's 4, so it'd be 9 p.m. your time. This new pressure washers are good. I like this new pressure washer. Cleans good. I don't even need to use extensions. It's just whoosh. So yeah, we will be doing RV there yet. This is the second one, spoilers? I mean, yeah, I guess. There are spoilers, I guess, question mark. Ball. I'm very upset that the dragon statues aren't clean yet. Ball. I don't know what the ball is, Oni. Just a ball. Wait. No, no ball. Wait, no. Cease. Can't play fetch with it. It's not that kind of ball. Dawned on me far too late. It's not that kind of ball, Oni. It's the demon ball, which I suppose makes very little difference to a hellhound, but that's okay. We can pretend that it makes a little bit of difference and pretend that we're still telling you no. How does my water gun not break the glass?
Some of these look really hard to do.
I know. Don't they get tired?
What? Thanks, Shade. I thought that might have been fucking Koa or someone for a minute there, Reggie. I was always going on about Bluey. You love Bluey? But you have fun, can't wait for RV. Alright, make sure you rest at Oni because there will be chaos. And Shim and I are going to drag you into it. Whether you want to do it or not. I'd have you fist fighting a bear. With a beer can. Make sure Kono has an energy drink. Alright, I'll make sure Kono is like hyper before she starts. Jabber with an adrenaline stick and morphine? Morphine doesn't make you hyper though. I love this new fucking pressure washer. This thing is great. Wish I had the little nozzle that lets me change how much squirt the wall gets. Yeah, so basically, yeah, tonight we're doing RV there. Yeah, I will actually be streaming that. So it will be on my channel as well as the others. I think everybody will be streaming it, maybe. Maybe not Shim. I'm not sure if Shim will be streaming, but Kono will be streaming. I'll be streaming. I'm pretty sure Oni will be streaming. So everybody will have everybody else's POV probably. But yeah, it's gonna be intentional chaos. Deliberate chaos. Tipping over into the ravine. That's fine, Reggie. We'll work around it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll probably make Oni drive. Because I feel I'm typically a pretty competent driver, typically, so... We'll get whoever the most incompetent person is to drive. Whoever is the least confident at driving, we'll get them to drive. Just because, funny. You only got a dog license? Cool. Oni's driving then. I know Kono doesn't drive, so maybe we'll get Kono to drive. I don't know, it'll probably be between Oni and Kono. Isn't it manual though, Reggie? Isn't there a clutch? never played. I'm pretty sure it's a manual. So you've got to have a fucking at least a basic understanding of how to drive a manual car. Kono and Mika did that driving game together where one is a short older lady. Yeah, but I think it's different in RVD because I think it's a manual car or RV. I don't think like it's not just RV go forward, teehee. I think it's you've got to actually have a somewhat basic concept of how to actually drive. And I know Connor knows how to drive, but I don't know if she knows how to drive a manual, so. Not that many people do know how to drive a manual these days. Who can drive a manual in chat? Can you drive a manual, Oni? Can you drive a manual, Reggie? You can? Shay can? Had to learn in a manual? Yeah, I had to learn in a manual too. Both. My parents only had manual cars, so I had to. I didn't have a choice. I'm not an uncle, sadly. Alright, Val can't drive a manual. Barely have driving experience. You're not selling yourself for getting out of this very well, Oni. We're just gonna... You said I wanted out. We're just gonna get into the car, into the RV with Oni, and it's just gonna be fucking... Grind that clutch, baby! The RV will have no fucking teeth left after that. I could have sworn I'd seen you play RV there yet, Reggie. I wanted a Mazda RX-7 back in my youthful days. Back when I was as young as Val. Night, Oni. Back when I was a whippersnapper like Val, I wanted an RX-7. Instead, I somehow got into V8s. Don't ask me how that happened. Honestly, I have no idea how I went from loving Japanese cars to loving V8s. know what I do hate? I hate cars with paddles. Cars with paddles are horrible. The little steering wheel paddles, I hate those things. They drive me up the wall. My last car had one of those. Had the little paddle things. I hated them. But I don't know, I don't know, we'll probably try and sort something out for this. Shut up, Mingo. We'll probably try and figure out who like can't read a map, and then we'll get them to navigate, who can't drive the car, and then we'll get them to drive. Like, we'll just find the most anarchistic way to fucking play the game. The most rage-inducing way to play the game, and then we'll just play it like that, I think. That's the current plan, anyway. It's the unofficial plan. It's the unofficial, official plan. We're just gonna find who can't do what job and get them to do it. Or who is the least capable at doing something, and then we'll get them to do it. They'll be in charge of that. Until something happens that needs kind of like all of us to do something. She got me lost in the UK. Yeah, Necro did get me lost in the UK. She did that intentionally, though. Part. Better than being lost in Paris. I have never been to Paris. I have no intention of going to Paris. What's going on, Mingo? How you doing? Dying per usual? Stop dying, bro. You need to be not dying. Not dying is ideal. Sacrifice a cat life for not dying. Sacrifice it to the bird gods. Those quirky Egyptian ones. They'll be fine with it. Maybe. Probably. Be working plus do an OT on the weekend. Think of the dollars, man. Think of the dollars. That's what I used to tell myself every time I did overtime. But then again, when I worked overtime, I was on double dollars, which a lot of people don't get these days, so maybe it's a bit harder to swallow for some people, I don't know.
She can barely walk straight. You think she has more than one life? Wow. Calling Val out right there. Poor Val. She's doing her best, but Mingo, probably. She's probably doing her best. Reggie, you streaming tonight, buddy? If he's still here, I don't know if he's still here. Reggie has left me. I should not have cleaned it this way. Just throwing that out there. I should not have cleaned in the way that I have. I am going to get absolutely ruined trying to fix this up. Should have done from the roof down so I knew exactly where I was. Now when I get up to the roof, I'm not gonna know where the hell I am. Yeah, I think we're going to be going for a few hours tonight anyway, because Shim called in and set himself back so he doesn't have to go into work as early, so...
If you don't regret decisions in PowerWash Sim, you ain't playing it right. I mean, I guess. Look on the plus side, at least in PowerWash Sim you don't have to wash from the top down. Like, it doesn't make things dirty from the bottom.
Imagine having to always wash from the top down, and if you just forget, like, you just end up with dirty stuff on the bottom. That'd be so... not okay. Rage-inducing. It'd be good for multiplayer, but... because then it'd be like Viscera cleanup detail, where there's always somebody who makes a mess. There's always someone who knocks over the bucket in Viscera, and then it's just fucking on. Exactly. Everything ends. Everybody's got a job to do. Everybody's like focused and working together and everything, and then some prick knocks over a bucket. And then it's on. Friendship ends. It's like Monopoly. I love Viscera. Can't get over how much stream I have with this thing. I have so much cleaning room. Goblin Cleanup is also pretty fun. I haven't played that yet. I've been waiting for it to get its full release. When it gets its full release, I'll be playing it. I think it might have entered final release too. I just haven't looked at it. Because the last time I looked at it, it was still in early access. But yeah, I definitely plan to play that with people when it comes out. Mario voice, it's time to take a piss. Still early, but they had major content update. That's cool. Because it was very restricted when I saw it last, so... Like, there wasn't much to it. It was still very bare bones. What's going on, Jay? How are you doing? But yeah, a bunch of us will be playing that as well at some point in time. I don't know when, but yeah, a bunch of us will be playing it. We'll probably get it for Oni, and we can get Oni in, and probably me and Kono and Mika, maybe? I'm not sure. We'll see who all wants to give it a crack. Because I live for the drama that those sorts of games create. Something that I definitely look forward to. There's a lot of those sort of group games that I would like to play, but either not a lot of people that I know have them, or everybody's played them, or you just can't get enough people together. It's always hard for me, because I'm in Australia, so like, you know, when there's a good time for the Americans is not usually a very good time for me. So it makes life a bit difficult, because I have a lot that goes on through the day. So I kind of need like heaps of warning to do something through my day these days. Which is a shame, but it's just the way it is, unfortunately. See, it's really easy for me to do stuff with Kono usually because Kono's in Japan, and it's fairly easy for me to do things with Reggie. Because Reggie is also, like, semi-local, but yeah, like, anybody in Europe, for example, or anybody in these states, it's a lot harder for us to sort of all organize together. I'm seeing little spots of dirt everywhere, and I'm just having little tiny aneurysms over it, because I don't know how I'm going to clean them. I've only half cleaned this place. Yeah, or the fucking bucket machine spits out the bloody limb, and it goes everywhere. You don't catch it before it fucking splatters everywhere. Apparently the ball was dirty. I want to be lazy. Thank you for the hydrate. The posture check. I didn't even realize the ball was something I had to clean. Alright, the ball is clean, but I've still only done 50%? What the hell have I missed? Door decoration. Oh. The Crypt of Secrets. There is a gnome. Pose the gnome. Actually, I think Inari wanted to do Battlefield 6 with me, but I haven't seen him play Battlefield 6. I think he was playing it a little bit when it first came out, but I don't think I've seen him play Battlefield 6 since then.
Inari's easy as well, because Inari's in the same sort of region. I am grateful for all the Asian friends that I am slowly meeting. Pretty sure if I approached Inari and said, hey, you want to do something, he'd be pretty happy to do it, so. Yeah, it's been really hard for a lot of people since Daylight Savings swapped over. Where Daylight Savings is at the moment makes it really hard for a lot of people. Because the gap is tremendous for some people. Like, usually Kono and I are only an hour apart, but at the moment we're 2 hours apart, which, I mean, 2 hours apart, like, that's not huge, but, like, it was enough to sort of cause problems. Especially when she streams it, whatever time she streams at, like, 11 o'clock her time usually, which is midnight now for me, and it's just like, oh. I really want to be up streaming at midnight. I do it, but, you know, it's not... Like, I want to be winding down at that time. I don't really want to be sort of hyped up. And then the stream ends and I'm just absolutely fucking wired. Like, I'm gonna be wired tonight. There's no way I'll sleep well tonight. But that's just the way it is, unfortunately. Like I say, it's the only way we can really make it work for everybody, is to sort of find this weird, stupid time in the middle of everybody, which is really unfortunate, but time zones, shrug. When Daylight Savings swaps back, it'll be a little bit easier, because I think everybody's kind of like a little better off when Daylight Savings is not on? I don't know which of the two it is. That's the Walking Dragon house. There's been a lot of Walking Dragon houses lately. I don't know if they're a reference to the Warhammer Witch or not. all these little ornate things that just have little edges that get dirt stuck on them. They're killing me. I have half a mind to just throw soap on everything. I feel like it'd be easier. This doesn't actually tell me what sort of soap I need. Maybe soap types are not a thing in this one? Question mark? I don't even know if I have soap. Oh, maybe you just inherently have soap. Maybe soap is just soap. Soap is soap. I think so. I very clearly have a limit of soap. I have a soap limit. I think you've just got a limit on soap now. Soap is unlimited, but you have a limited amount of soap you can put down, I think. Because if I press R when I've got soap on stuff, it just removes the soap. So I'm thinking that maybe I have, like, unlimited soap, technically. I can only put down so much soap. So I have sort of unlimited soap, question mark? Just sort of unlimited soap. Don't question the sort of unlimited soap. See, so now that there's little to no soap on anything, if I go back to the soapy nozzle, yeah, it recharges. So yeah, it's soapy until it's not soapy. I'm soap until I don't have soap. Thank you for the posture check, Mingo. Thank you for the hydrate as well. So cool. Do you have a preference of where you sit down? Fair. Very fair. Num num. Don't mind me about spreading my white stuff all over the room. It's totally eco-friendly. It's totally not hazardous to the turtles. And I thought this pillow was pretty clean. I also thought that particular section of the pillow was a different section of the pillow. I don't think it counted. I do hate in this game how every time I seem to feel like I've made progress, I look somewhere else and there's just more dirt. And I just look at it and I'm just disappointed. I just look at the dirt and I'm just like, curse you, dirt.
does clean. I wonder if these pillars need to be like clean or if I can lazy clean them. I might be able to lazy clean them. No, actually, I think they've got to be clean, because I don't think there's much more on this pillar to clean. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'm confused. When I think I did a good job around the edges of the floor in this place. I thought I did alright on the floor. I thought I only had a little bit left to go. Clearly I was wrong. This thing's actually really cool. And there's only one of these, so you don't need to buy like 20 different tiers of them. Like you do with most other things. You can use it on the wall. Doesn't do a very good job, but it does a job. Whack. The quack disappeared. Come on, floor, just ping for me. Thank you. Slowly getting there. slowly get there. I see this wall is dirty, but I don't see where it is dirty. Cleaning the roof of this place is going to be probably what does the most harm to me. I hate cleaning the roof. Probably because I imagine any time I've done a job where I've had to look up for long periods of time, and I think that this is, I feel like it's like, I remember how much stress it puts on your neck when you have to look up all the time, and it's just like, ugh. I'm hoping that I can just lazy wash the roof and not have to worry about all those little spots that have shown up. I don't even know what just pinged there, but that's alright. We just cleaned something else. Probably like the wall here or something. Cool, I could lazy wash. Alright, we're down to the last few. There we go. Now I think, what do we got? What's the next job? If it's another big job like this, I'm not gonna do it. If it's a little job, I'll do it. Car and trailer, I'll do a car and trailer. I'll do a car and trailer, because why not? It's worth a cat. I'm gonna soak the wheels. Now that I know that I don't actually need to refill soap or anything like that, I'm a lot happier to use soap. Than I would have been originally. Jump on this guy's car because we need to clean it.
Sure he won't mind somebody standing on his bonnet.
Your car's filthy anyway, mate. Don't worry about it.
What sort of hitch is that? Washing tires is the worst. Is the worst part of this game, washing tires. I've washed a lot of shitty things in these games, but washing tires is the one thing that just never seems to get better, no matter how much I do it. Pretty much takes care of the bottom part of the trailer at least. Car tire, car wheel tire, wheel tire. Alright, I think the car is clean. The front bumper is not clean. Why are you not clean? That gnome. Are you not clean, satellite dish? Actually, from cleaning the church, I might have enough to buy the fancy spray thing. Only just. Adaptable nozzle. This thing is amazing and I love it. It is the best thing they have added to this game. It also probably nukes about half of the gameplay loop once you get it, but that's alright. It doesn't really matter. It's quality of life that's important. Ever since I learnt of the adaptable nozzle, I'm just like, this thing is my new love. Theater, they want me to clean a whole freaking theater. Don't think so. That'll take me like another whole fucking hour. I don't think I'm cleaning a theater. Alright. We are looking good. Battlefield 6 just finished updating. Yay! Ice pick! Smiley face. I can't express how unexcited I am for that ice pick, by the way. I think I'm gonna have to soap some of this. I don't think I'm gonna just be able to hard spray it. I mean, I could just hard spray it, but... it's just gonna be easier if I soap it, I guess. Is the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, I really don't care much for the ice pick. Don't get me wrong, a new melee weapon is cool, but I don't think you should hinge a whole section of your battle pass on it. Given that, you know, melee is absolute last resort in Battlefield. There are no fucking winter map. I mean, when you... Realistically, there's no maps, no new maps at all. Realistically. They just reskinned a map, which is... I mean, don't get me wrong, it's cool they did it, but... Like... I guess the point is, if you were gonna do that, why didn't you just do it for, like, several of the other maps, or all of the other maps? Like, why only do it for one map? That's so stupid. I missed. Car roof. I had a suspicion the car roof was going to be one of the last things I had left, but I don't really know where the car roof is dirty. There's a little bit there. Yeah, there's no under the pod. The pod sits hard up against the roof. It's done now, but yeah, it's a bit weird. Anyway. I suppose on the plus side of the new Battlefield patch, there's no new weapons to grind. I mean, you can't really grind out an ice pick, can you? Did I get enough money to finish buying all the pieces for this thing? Probably not. I did not. I only got fucking $400 for that job. What the hell, man? Phew. Whoa. All right, who have we got? Who's online? Let's have a look. Let's go to Inari. I think, yeah, let's go to Inari. Who's probably gonna go to dinner soon, but that's alright. Okay, so that said, for all you guys who are still lurking here, and anybody who's gonna be awake and interested, oh, stretch. I
In 3 hours, I will be streaming again, which is unusual, I know, but I will be streaming again. And we will be doing Are We There Yet? Now, this is off my schedule, so I will be streaming again, personally, so just so you guys are aware. I will probably do an announcement in my Discord just to make sure that everybody is aware and everything else, but, yeah. So, be aware of that. That'll be chaos. That won't be comfy. There's where gonna be, we've picked the most chaotic team we can find, so that will be chaos. But yeah, look forward to that. Outside of that, though, I hope to see you guys then, if not tomorrow. And yeah, look after yourselves up to stream. Take care of yourselves. Alright, guys, take care, and I hope to see you guys later tonight. Bye-bye!